Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome. Oh my god. Hi, Space. Hi, Dragon Colony. Welcome. Oh, hope you are doing good. Oh my god. Oh yeah, before I forget, I'm gonna do this real quick. This one. And boom. Looks like today is gonna be today we have a really nice weather, not gonna lie. It is currently let's see, 12:25 p.m. It looks like it's like nighttime. It's that dark. And also it's very windy outside. Correction, mega windy outside. And it has not rained yet, but it feels nice. I like this weather. It has been a while since we have weather like this. It has been super duper hot for the past few days. It's crazy. It's like Kobo is actively melting in an air conditioned room. It's kind of crazy, but it's fine. So I don't I have some update. Is it dark because of storm clouds or something else? Oh yeah, it is because of storm clouds. Yeah. It's like very cloudy outside and it's very windy. It has not rained yet, but I feel like it will be very soon. Yeah, it will be very soon. I'm relatively sure. But yeah, I just kind of want to update a little bit of things here, right? So, regarding the job hunt so far, it has been, I believe, more than a month now that Kobo is unemployed. Oh no, um, shit, right? It's kind of hard to job hunt when I kind of want to just work 2 days a week and the rest of the days I want to just like spend time streaming, right? So of course it's definitely difficult. So I don't think I can get lucky again, right? Because my previous job allows me to work 2 days a week and I get to stream the rest, which is really nice. But I haven't been lucky enough to find someone like that allows me to do that, which is very unfortunate. But at the same time, it's very understandable because as an employer, who would want a worker who works 2 days a week, huh? You know what I mean? So at the same time, I'm not too upset. I'm upset, but I'm not too upset because it's very understandable. And my one like my me wanting to work 2 days a week is also that in itself already is very unreasonable. So again, it's very understandable, but I will gonna keep trying because I'm gonna keep trying. I don't think being unemployed makes me feel comfortable enough to like stream more, but I do want to stream more, not gonna lie. Last night I wanted to stream, but I was like last night I wanted to stream, but then when I get home it's like have gonna rain in weeks. My eye is becoming a desert. Oh my god. Yeah, no rain for weeks is very scary though. And space is around US area, question mark? I might be wrong though. Maybe they should just give Cobalt money, not right? Right? Maybe they should just toss Cobalt some shiny gold coins and I would yip. And Cobalt would yip. I like to yip. I mean, I'm yipping. And Cobalt yipping. But yeah, that's the job hunt that has been going on lately. I will keep trying. It's very unreasonable that I want to work 2 days a week, but I'm gonna keep trying. I'm gonna keep trying. I'm already going to like far. What kind of a? I'm going to like 20 minutes drive 20 minutes drive length, I would say, right? Since in Miri is very small, so a 10 to 15-minute drive to us is already like a long drive. So I Midwest to be exact. Oh, US mid. I I don't know where that is, but still, I thought US. Wait, no, US is not humid. Yeah, US is not humid. Right? God, I have no geography knowledge. All I know is Malaysia is in the middle, so it's like mega hot all year round, and it's also mega humid all year round. It is, but it depends on like area. It differs from area to area, I assume. I guess that makes sense. Maybe there are places that's closer to the sea level, closer to the sea. Some that's like, yeah, yours is very huge. I need to remember that. Also, I just kind of want to let me open up Warframe real quick. And Kobo wanna play Warframe, but yeah, it's kind of tough. That trying to jump on, but currently I can still live off of Twitch money for now anyway. for now, right? It's kind of scary though. I really didn't want to be like just completely dependent on Twitch money because it's very inconsistent, I would say, because I'm doing this for funsies, so it's very understandable. But I'll open up Warframe. Oh my goodness, Warframe. Oh yeah, also I figure out how to mine in Warframe yesterday. So I was job hunting in the morning, and then I came back for a little bit and played Warframe for a bit yesterday.
Because you're a friend, I'm going to offer you something special.
I
Just remember, one per customer.
I like this guy. So yeah,
Tenno, your codex has been updated with a new quest.
I figure out how to mine in Warframe. So I was spending hours mining yesterday. So I now have a lot of minerals. Oh, it doesn't really show minerals here. So I was traveling around Cetus for quite a bit yesterday, and I now have a lot of like Deva, Azurite, Alloy, Copperite or Pyrotic, right? I have a lot of these, so I can essentially make Kome. I was farming Fate Pearls yesterday as well. Well, for the past few days actually, that whenever I can. So I have the Kome blueprint. I have Kome chases, new optics, and systems now. I'm actually going to build them. I just need more Fate Pearls. I have everything else now. I need 48 Fate Pearls. Midwest is the northeastern region of the country, but not as far as the east coast. Northeastern region of the country, not as far as the east coast. I have some over that place is a little bit more on a drier part of the place. Oh yeah, so some updates here. I have worm. I don't have a dragon cosmetic for them. Yeah, I don't really have a cosmetic for him. But Worm has this one is so
Voice
good.
wonders, what are you thinking about?
Maximum vacuum regen. Hi, G. Kobo collecting shiny rocks. Yay. Kobo first frame is Gamba. Oh, Kome is Gamba? Uh-oh. I didn't know. I mean, I only know how to get Kome because it's like the most straightforward one. In some of the more humid regions, down south you will find drier region. And where I live is essentially humid because the Great Lakes are nearby. Oh, but oh my god. So in a humid area without rain, that's messed up. Holy hecky, that's messed up. Region. Oh, I hope
ready as you will ever be.
I hope it rains there soon. No rain is tough. So I was playing kunai as well. I didn't know I have this one. Now I do. I have 80% explosion because I love explosion. It feels fun. I like it. I wish there is the thing that it increases explosion range, but I don't think there's something like that. It's okay. This is good enough. I like kunai now. I used to fucking hate kunai, but now I love kunai. And I've been practicing, well, I've been training as much as I can my melee weapons. Let's go get some Fate Pearls. I'm so close to getting Kome. So I know I can go just here. It's a lot easier. Here we go. Kunai is such a goated weapon in my opinion. I was missing out because I didn't know I have the explosion. I used to hate it.
The storm! Did Kome do this?
Did Kome do this? Yeah. Because you keep saying the same thing.
This nightmare is a gift. A chance to live out our dark fate. So we might change it. Hurry home. The Tenno will continue our celebration. Tenno, present our offerings to Kone to draw out the infested. Swiftly now, present the offering to the shrine, so this dark fate may be averted.
Let your precious dice decide. Even roll. You let the infested consume you.
I love Hex so much.
Open those gates, and I set Cetus ablaze.
Kome is with us. You must drive back the infested from our homes, so we can prepare offerings once more.
Why is it red still? Oh. I don't know what these things is. I always get messed up by those guys. Love the music though, this one.
Await you outside our doors.
Wait, man, wait. Kobo is trying here. Ooh, thunder. B first. Holy shit, B is so fast. B is golden. How funny must be Vayhek's voice actor? I know! I have a sneaking suspicion that Heck's voice actor is the same one as the voice actor in Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite Sigma. Just a sneaking suspicion because they are so similar. The way he screams so viscerally, it's so similar.
A shrine to absurdity.
You grovel before a worm, counselor. Do not speak to me of absurdity. You do well, but Kome is fickle. You must fight on.
Okay, we have two.
Say that the night is darkest before the dawn, Suraki. And in this horrible storm, I know it's true.
Oh.
The only
Is it too much explosion? I can't see.
What ancient splendor the waves have concealed! Come forth, you majestic mass!
Majestic mass.
Yourself!
Oh my god, Heck. Let me check for you. Oh, thank you. I didn't think about checking them on my own. That's Kobo Dum Dum.
Bring tribute to the ship. Enrage the only. Tear at this horrible dream. Fate shifts. The Oni is vulnerable. Destroy it. You impress, Sura. Kome summons the spoils of this fate dream for your use in waking life.
Explosion. So we just need 48 Fate Pearls and then we can make a full set for Kome. Sita's risen allowed the child near Kome's shrine and she's pissed. Who let child in my shrine? In? One of them. 40. Oh yeah, see, just one more time and then we can get Kome. It's not that difficult. People have been telling me that this is a long farm, but to me this feels relatively easy, not gonna lie.
Our celebration of Kome! It angers the demons
Don't
in
do
the
that shit.
water!
Oh, unfortunate. But still, they... Holy... He did such a good job though. Holy shit, it's so fun. I love Heck. I love Heck.
The vision begins the same. Come in. Here they come. You have our gratitude, Sura. Now hurry.
Ui.
Now this is the cetus of my dreams.
Kome rewards your resolve. Our fortunes are touched. Infested are upon us. This fate dream binds so tightly, we cannot help until you drive them back.
Oh my god, shoot up, Saya. I'm trying. What happened? Okay, don't do that. I don't know how I did that, but... Okay. That was cool. Kobo dove for 10,000 kilometers away. Oh my god. forgot about this. Come here, stupid. Whoever said that was definitely lying. I guess to each their own, I guess. There are some things that people prefer doing. There are some things people think that it's difficult. I mean, to some extent that might be lying though. I'm willing to say that it could be like a personal preference. But I don't know about that, to be honest. Let's go B. Kobo wanna rush B. Wait, wrong game. I'm spinning. Oh.
The will of the infestation is strong. Defeat the Oni to prove ours is stronger.
You Ostrods crack me up. Thick walls and thick skulls. Kobe is nothing but a pet rock.
Pet rock.
Yet you crave to own Kome for yourself, do you not? Fate turns in our favor. The new thread is almost spun.
You know, I used to be a thorn back hater. Yeah, thorn back.
At the sea, Tenno.
And now I'm kind of a lover of this gun.
The heart of this festering fate dream. An infested Oni. It cannot live. Offerings are ready. Take them.
More infested. Sleep within your very walls. Soon, they too will awaken. Smug little peasants. I will pick over the ruins.
Which one is closer, eh?
I refuse to let the will of these infested demons surpass our own. We prepare more offerings. Deliver them to Kome. Call forth her strength.
Call forth her string.
The Oni is vulnerable. Finish it. Put an end to this dream.
Where are you going? I cannot shoot. I cannot shoot. Okay. I don't know why I cannot shoot. I'm Mesa.
And like this. Wake up, Oni. What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
It is done.
Yay.
Fortune favors Cetus once again.
Citas.
Kome blesses you with this dream's bounty.
It stands up. And Kobo very stands up aura. Aura but cannot shoot at all. I was trying to like look up some. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. I was trying to look up blueprints. So for a lot of weapons that I found, I've been like trying to see which weapon makes into what weapon I have makes into what weapon. Like this one can be made into something else, or like this one can be made into something else, right? So I've been buying some space. I bought 4 slots, yeah, and made quite a lot of weapons here in the foundry. So see, I made a lot of weapons actually. So whenever I have mastered a weapon, I can just claim one here, and oh yeah, I need Viper, and then I can make Viper, Twin Viper. Yeah, Twin Viper. I forgot how I got this gun. Jupiter? Oh yeah, I was mapping in Jupiter. Yeah, I was mapping in
Operator,
Jupiter.
the system needs you. Will you begin another mission?
Warframe, this one. I could just build these. I mean, essentially they are pretty free. I have Higasa. Oh wait, this is Kome's stuff. Kome Neuroptics. Kome system. So to make Kome, do I need more Fate Pearl? Oh, I need more. Oh. Fine, let's go do a few more. I must say, I unlocking new weapons much faster than I ever did. I mean, I have a lot of help with like, I didn't know doing multiplayer missions, endless multiplayer missions will level up guns way faster. That makes me very happy.
Project complete.
What do we have?
Fresh off the line.
Defense, mobile defense, exterminate. No survival. I do like survival now. The survival is kind of fun. It's getting really dark. Holy heck. I didn't... How is this even possible? It's getting way darker.
That's... But Manamu said the monsters in the water would sleep forever.
Yeah, Merumu is a liar.
We will, child. The Tenno will ensure it. Now, get to safety. Sura, lure the infested by presenting offerings to Kome. And then, got them as Hailuk might got a kut. Present the offering to the shrine. Quickly!
Now this is the cetus of my dream.
Cetus of my dream. Oh my god, I love Heck so much. Heck is so good.
We must drive back the infested from our homes so we can prepare offerings once more.
Oh, A is ready. Keep jumping, dum-dum.
Sura, offerings await you outside our doors.
Let me get the offering real quick. I'll be right back for y'all. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No touch at the Kobo. Get out of here. Oh my god, what's going on? I feel like this mode will be a 10 times faster if there's like another person just looking at another shrine. Since there's like 2 shrines for me to look at right now. Maybe this mode is made for 2 person, but 1 person is possible, it's just gonna take a little bit more time. I could try another thing is I could just look at one, ignore the other, but I don't like that. Thank you.
Take the offerings before they are sold. The shifting fate is
Oh yeah.
hard won. Hold firm. We now face misfortune given for.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh shoot, oh shit. I don't know why.
Delusion! The Oni will obliterate her! Cave Cetus with her grabble!
Shut. Even in dreams, we must endure your ramblings. You fight well, Tenno. The dream is almost at an end.
Almost. Why did she say it like that, man?
Turn your eyes to the right. An infested Oni. Slay that toad demon, and Cetus is saved. Doga! Courage, Sura. Make the offerings in Cetus's name.
Ow.
Sleep within your very walls! Soon, they too will awaken, smug little peasants! I will pick over the ruins!
I love you so much, Beck. Please never change.
The infested Oni is determined to be. Only Kobo can banish him to unreality. Bring tribute to the shrine. Enrage the Oni. Tear at this horrible dream.
Where's the demon?
Komei answers. Fate smiles. Now banish the infested demon from our shores.
I will kunai you to death.
Lunacy! These Armstrongs are stupefied by Tenno tricks!
Tenno
That force grows too powerful. You must suppress it, Sura. We cannot prepare offerings like this.
My kunai, dum dum. You cannot catch me. I'm too fast for you. I will. Heck. Oh my god, the heck is so good. There we go. Easy. And I can explode myself.
The fate dream is dispelled. The die has been cast afresh. Shola.
You know, I wanted to say I hate you, Saya. But then what's funny is that in Bahasa Malaysia, Saya means me. So I hate you, me. It's like, oh, I don't think that makes sense. That might be enough fake pearls, I think. I agree though, she's mid. Yeah, she's mid. The way she talks is sorry to say, but not as cool as she thinks. Maybe she's trying too hard to go with the accent. To go with like whatever Sita's accent is going on. She's trying a little bit too hard, you know what I mean? It's not natural. You know who's natural though? Heck. Holy heck. Heck is so good. She doesn't have aura like Kobo. Ooh, Kobo has aura. Oh my goodness. Alright, one last Kome.
Manamu said the monsters in the water would sleep forever.
They will, child.
They will,
And
child.
we'll ensure it. Now, get to safety. Shura, lure the infested by presenting offerings to Kome. And then, got them, as Hailuk might got a kut-kut.
Oh my god.
Go now, and shift the tide of
Wait.
fate.
Oh my god.
These peasants will be crushed under the barnacle claws.
Self-kill affinity, easy.
Reality!
Machine kunai get fucked. Explosions for everyone for free.
There is still time.
Huh? Okay, explosion not for myself.
You must suppress it, Sura. We cannot prepare offerings like this.
Explosion kunai is goated. Not on myself though. Can I have fire rate again? Aww. Kobo wants fire rate. I can essentially shoot at the ground and kill everything still. I don't think I need like too much direct hit because of the explosion. Yeah, like that. It's so good. Wait. Oh my god, kunai is so good. Okay, exploded dum-dums. I didn't know the explosion is like this huge of an area. Oh my god, that's stupid. Okay, kunai goated. For real, FR. Oh, Eximus here. Did it just went through the barrier? Kunai is very goated then. Explosion for everyone. I do hope there's a way to like prevent explosion from hitting myself. Like a mod that can prevent explosion. CC like stun. You know, like whenever I exploded myself, I go like oh, aya. Maybe there is, I just have to like find it.
Kobo's offerings pile high around her feet. Now comes the darkest hour.
Thank you.
All this talk of dreams. What dreams? I am your very real nightmare!
My goodness, Heck, you are my dream, Heck. You're so amazing.
I have
Hi,
seen
malicious
worse
McFly.
after eating too much bobage. You fight well, Tenno. The dream is almost at an end. Sura, offerings await you outside our doors.
Are we? Are we?
An infested Oni emerges from the depths. The final guardian of our doom. Strike it down.
Are we?
Glorious! That meat stick unum can
Meat
protect
stick.
you from what already lies within her walls!
The infested Oni is determined to be. Only Kome can banish him to unreality. Bring tribute to the shrine. Enrage the Oni. Tear at this horrible dream.
Give me that explosion. Oh. Alright, are you ready for kunai?
Fate smiles. Now banish the infested demon from our shores. The dream cannot end us. How can we prepare the offerings with these monsters at our doors?
Shut up, Saya. I'm busy here.
Lunacy! These Armstrongs are stupefied by Tenno tricks!
Channel tricks! Whatever they're putting into Grenier cloning fans is making the vocal cords absolutely insane. I know, right? Especially Fan. Don't hurt me. Kobo only has a kunai. Get fucked. Yeah. Oh, they explode here. Oh my, Udme. We got him. 80% explosion is insane, not gonna lie.
And whirled us down a new path. All is well.
I'm glad they don't do self-damage. And Kobo would die instantly. That... Wait, what? There should be enough fake pearls. Yeah, it's enough. Yay! We have enough fake pearls to do everything for Kome. I guess now we can continue mapping. I do have a lot of new relics while doing mapping stuff. That's the first actually. I still have a lot of lift relics. I mean, not enough because doing survival and defense and whatever lift fissure we have can really easily get a lot of like relic open. So I'm not worried about having too much relics, not gonna lie. Also, it's like absolutely raining, like it's pouring outside right now. I don't know if my voice is getting masked by the rain, I hope not. Kunai. Use with caution? I guess I know why now. Ooh, wait, kunai with
Everything
Seeker?
in orders, operator? Is that a pun? I will attempt to bypass this vault.
That's gonna be crazy, you know? Can't hear the rain, audio's good. Ah, thank you. Okay, good, good, good. I'm glad, I'm glad. So I was at Jupiter. Interception is tower defense. Oh yeah, I didn't do this one.
You have loyalty issues, Taro. My Zanuka project will fix that for you.
I don't know how significant this is, that's why I didn't do it. Let's do it here then.
You have loyalty. You have. You have. You.
You? Exterminate. I don't really like interception. You you have you I love doing this.
You have.
I don't, it's like those stupid shit like this makes me happy. Alright, let's destroy
You have loyalty issues,
the
Taro. My
Misto.
Zanuka project will fix that for you.
The Misto? I'm going the Misto. Let's kill this thing. I should probably open up my lights. It's getting really dark in my room. Annihilate this goddamn nerd. Will do. Kobo will cut the shit out of them. Oh no, give me a second. I'm gonna go open up light. Okay. Kobo. Kobo eyes feel better now. Also, one small thing is that I lifted my monitor up a little bit more so that I look up instead of I look up instead of look down. Maybe slightly better for my spine. I don't know. It's a little bit further away from me though, but no big deal.
Marked you with a mark. You are here to find your mark and eliminate the assigned target. The Zanuka prototype has made Alad V a very dangerous man. If he's allowed to carry out his plans, no Tenno in the system will be safe.
The way she holds the kunai is so sassy though. That actually would be good for your posture. I was thinking about that too, which makes me want to do that even more, and I did it. Oh wait, where's my kunai? Explosions for everyone.
Oh, have you come to make a donation to my newest enterprise? Excellent. Please report to my lab for reconstruction.
Walkers incoming.
It looks like thrown weapons has a little bit of fall off. So when far away I have to aim a little bit upwards.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Yeah. Feels kind of weird, but it makes sense. Explosion. Get killed by explosion, dum dum. No shield will save you from explosion. Aha. Oh what? A Jameson? Oh my god, hello dragon. Hi Jason. Oh. I think my explosion will also stun them? Hope Jason's doing good. Actually, I should drink water. Thank you. What is this? Oh, is it like gas? Oh, if I go in, am I gonna get gassed? Oh, that's crazy. Oh. What? Whoa, something hurts.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Oh. And a shiny? Nice. Feels like Jupiter has so much loot. I love this place. Uh-oh. Oh my god, are you playing Counter-Strike? Are you just jiggle picking at this point? And Cobra's levels have some great parkour.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit
I
approaching.
don't think I'm pretty good at movement yet,
Oh,
but
I've
that
been looking
feels
all
good.
over for you, Terry. Come, let me show you my new venture. I think you'd be a perfect fit.
Come, holy shit.
Failure to honor non-disclosure.
I want. But he said it, not me. No. What happened? Look, there's so many loot room.
Corpus walkers are heading to your location.
Nice, stay in the fire. That's normal behavior. I love that. And do it for me. Oh. Get him, worm, get him. Ow! Again. I feel like my explosion would not stun them, question mark? Like, they can still shoot at me. I couldn't hit them. I guess kunai
It's
is
your
not.
friends you're looking for. You're welcome to place a bid for my newest Zanuka prototype.
I guess kunai is not too fitting for range, like long range beatdown. With the explosion, the kunai is very fitting for crowd control.
Sees the power of the Tenno and thinks he can take it for himself. That power is sacred. This blasphemy must end now.
Oh. Did he just do a banzai at me? Bow is the long range silent weapon? I used bow before, but that was like during a multiplayer survival mission. So I didn't get to use much, but bow does a lot of damage.
My Zanuka project will fix that for you.
Can you stop saying that? You say that outside of the game and you say that inside of the game. You suck. What the hell? Whoa, holy shit. Oh, whoa, holy shit. Something almost killed me. Boss fight?
Now, let me show you the future! Zanuka! Kill!
Zanuka? E.T.?
Zanuka is your future, your destiny.
Okay.
You are obsolete. Make way for the next generation.
Whoa, flashbang?
Target spotted. Stay sharp. This one is a handful.
Whoa, flashbang?
Track it down. Assassination contract complete. Great work, Tenno.
What a fraud, I know, right? Can't even handle a T-pedal? Can't even handle a Mesa Prime that came in with no guns but T-pedal? I've been told Mesa Prime's a DPS, but I cannot DPS. So I just cut my way to victory. And that V would probably fit in the corpus lockers you've been looting. I know, right? I could shove them in probably one of them. That's bullying, but it's... No, it's added V, it's valid. Oh, is that just like no more enemies here? Oh, I got a 20%. Another one? Oh. With finishes, okay. What is that? What does that thing even do? It's trying to suck up corpses, question mark? Will they see me here? I don't know. Chances are high that they're gonna see me here unless they're blind. I'm sorry to assume, but... okay. Oh, nice. Many loot still down there? What? Oh, come on. You decide to just look back? Whoa. Oh my god. Where is it looking at? Oh, behind? Okay. Unfortunate for you. What is it looking at? I cannot tell actually. Huh? Scanning gives XP? That levels up my weapon? Whoa. Whoa. What the heck? I'm gonna scan everything I can. No. Oh, others are being alerted. Okay. A loot room. Good. Maybe don't do that. Thank you very much. So the explosion range is deceptively huge. Yeah, it's deceptively huge. I mean, look at that tiny little baby explosion, but it hits me here. Look at that. That's crazy. Like, that looks like a tiny little baby explosion, but it hits me from like 10 miles away. What is this? No, maybe don't do that, please. Thank you very much. I don't know why that looks so funny. Casually throw 180 at the back.
Target down. Assassination contract complete.
Nice.
Great work, Tenno.
Great job, Tiano. Excellent. Oh, I got the sigil. Alat V. So his name is Alat V. I keep hearing the name, but I don't know what Alat V is.
Operator, your inbox exists in a non-zero state. Would you care to check your mail?
It's all they can say, unless it's someone else that's saying it. Yeah, it might be someone else that's like saying my actions have consequence.
Who have we got on the line? Oh yeah, I don't have a line.
Necramech Vault Guardian. I'm pretty sure I don't have that for now.
Let's check what's next.
Nora is so cool. So we have... Oh, I have Amanata. Oh my god, it's more Fate Pearl again? Oh shit. Alright, what do we want to play? I kinda want some fisting action. I do love me some fisting. Or some big boy weapon. I like the bonk. You know what? I want to play the bonk. Let's play the bonk. Bonk. Alright, here we go. I think... Okay, I'm gonna go online and check. Tipedo... What can Tipedo be made into? Give me a second. Warframe... Tipedo made into? Question mark? Used to build Lesion. Okay, what is Lesion? Mastery locked. 9. And that's still kind of far away, no? Yeah. I think I can throw... No, Tipedo is kind of hard to make. I'm keeping Tipedo. How hard is Fargo to make? Give me a second. You can make your blast radius larger through a certain mod? Oh my god. I like the sound of that. Oh, Gallium. Gallium is kind of hard to get now. Gallium... I don't... But, holy caked up cheek, butt cheek. What can Fragor be made into? Fragor? Not used as a crafting ingredient for any other weapon in the game. Guess I'm throwing Fragor away. Oh, that's why I've been told that I can throw Fragor away. People know. Holy shit, that's crazy. Alright, bye-bye Fragor. Am I cheating? This is not cheating, right? I'm just...
Set. Service your weapons myself.
I'm just checking online. On melee kill, attack speed for 10 seconds, up to 2. Huh? Well, goddamn, that's like... that's not as much, actually. Okay, this is crazy. This is insane. What is the... Crushing Ruin? Area attacks with crowd control combo. Do I have any other stands? Ooh.
God damn, this Kobo is one good girl.
Oh. Funny you should say that. Summer's looking rather flat today. Hi, Evie. I don't think I have any other stance mods for the big boy. Oh, I'm not gonna get as much buff out of this though. Oh. Berserker Fury? And 6 points, I essentially can get another... Shocking Touch. Oh, that's 8. Oops. Oh, I upgraded that one. Magnetic. Hi, Ash. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Oh my god. I think that's good enough. I don't know if this thing is helping a lot, so I'm not gonna get that. Any fire rate? I don't think there's fire rate for now. Made some tea almost 45 minutes ago, only just getting to drink it now. Had an important phone call that went for 43 minutes, but very needed as that's what's getting me money for surgery. Oh, well, at least it's helping. I hope that 43 minutes of phone call isn't too stressful. I can get 2... Do I not have element mod? Oh, I do. And deep freeze. That's blast. I don't know if the explosion will carry on the... I hope they do. Alright. Thornback is also almost full. I should use the gun first. Alright, let's confront the Spectre. And Penta, Blueprint, and access to Saturn. Alright, ready to get shot in the face. Get shot on the face. I'm actually glad that I put my monitor a little bit higher. Just a little bit though, it's not too high. It's tough in the past. Oh, well. As long as it's not affecting you too much, I'm glad. Ember. I gotta look. Whoa, fire bad. Whoa, fire really bad. I wasn't aiming. Whoa. 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 Holy shit, you're crazy. Oh my god, it's so painful. Fire bad, fire bad. Whoa. Whoa. I hate you. I hate you! Get out of here. Alright, we good. Who needs gun where you can bonk? To look forward to, honestly, she's working hard to get every little detail in her head. My partner to confide in. Oh, nice! Then I'm glad. Easy. And Kobo beat the shit out of them.
You have new quests in your codex.
Ooh, the Deadlock Protocol. There's the Stolen Dreams that I haven't done yet. But that one is like, that one is classified as like a side mission. Oh, Penta launcher fires up to 5 grenades that can remotely trigger at just the right moment. Oh, what? More explosion? Cassini. Complete your anus. Oh, in Satan. Focus energy. Oh, a 60% electricity. Oh my god. Transmuter mod. Did I do that? Complete 20 minutes of survival at Titan Satan in one mission. Defeat Saraga's Rook at Tethys Satan. Okay, so everything's in Satan. Let's see. There is multiple places I can go, right? There's Europa. I can go to Europe. Sabotage, disruption, not a quest required.
Ordis is angry. I may require maintenance after all.
Amalthea?
Did you know that purple kobolds are good girls?
Oh.
Yep, all purple kobolds, especially those named Tylra.
Oh.
Good girl.
Wow.
You condemn our appetites, yet fail to retreat from your own.
Should I do another assassination? Ceres. Pledge to a syndicate. Unlock syndicate support reaching mastery rank 3? Pledge to a syndicate using the syndicate's menu in the operator to earn standing, which can be exchanged for reward. Agreed. Oh, Ash. Oh. Defense. Crossfire exterminate? Ooh, survival. It's Corpus? I hate survival against Corpus. I love survival against Infested though. Syndicate's menu. Is it this thing? Pledge allegiance to the syndicate to increase your standing with a syndicate and its allies and earn reward. You lose standing with syndicates that oppose your pledge ideals, but can resign your pledge and explore a new syndicate at any time. Ah. Enemy opposed? Ally?
It's early where Nora is, and as she wipes the sleep from her eyes, she wonders, does the Unum ever leave that tower? Can she leave that tower? Who is she? What is she? Someone
But
in Cetus must have answers.
everyone hates them. Like everyone hates each other. What do I do? With a syndicate. I don't know. Like what the Okay, response I sound like a fangirl. It doesn't really help that when I am currently in my current situation where I'm looking kind of flat, wink wonk. It's making me very easily excited. I like this thing. Cephalon Suda in Pursuit of Knowledge. And so Red Veil and New Loka hates knowledge. Especially New Loka hates knowledge. Why? Why? It's just knowledge. What do you mean? She's bound and oh my god. Well, you have not met the syndicate representative yet. Are you sure you want to travel to this faction hub or relay to visit their representative? No. Nah, I don't care about this. Like, what pledge? I'm going to pledge? Pledge this. Spy. This is Jupiter. What's over here? Phobos? I was at Phobos, right? Phobos is Corpus. Makes me want to tease her. Defense Corpus. To Void? Whoa, I can go to Void already? Tissue? Oh, Europa and Setna? Puncture and whatever that one is. Exterminate. Orokin? Orokin? Oh my god, I don't know. Let's just finish Jupiter first. Yeah, let's finish Jupiter first. Doubting. Wow.
Eliminate all Corpus threats.
Okay.
My intel suggests there are rich enemy supply caches in the area, but I am unable to pinpoint their exact location. Search them out if you are willing to shoulder the added risk.
Oh my god, that's really slow. I'm gonna melt, I'm gonna melt. Are they patrolling? That was quick.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Am I missing every shot? Oh my god. Holy. You can make next thing to a neck. Definitely gonna need attack speed for this one. It's way too slow. Get more weaknesses.
Walkers
No.
incoming.
No. Get fucked. In the most slow way possible, get fucked. You're right, you're blushing. I'm not. No, I don't think I am.
We stand tall, disciples. Remember your course vows.
I thought I already killed you.
Your peace is our prosperity.
Uh oh. Oh. That's a lot easier, I think. Wait, there's loot up there? I want loot. Oh my god, I can't control myself. Loot. Shame she can't do anything about it with her current situation. Yeah. Yeah.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
There's loot out there? How? I'm currently just trying to get as much loot as possible. With the Thief's Wit mod, I can be even more of a loot goblin. Ow, 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 ow! Alright, you motherfucker! Come here! I was just trying to disable the alarm and it killed me from it. What the hecky? I like looting this place clean. Well, not clean, but as much as I can.
There's a heavy unit approaching.
I need to do more finishes. So that maybe I can get Nightwave's loot. I think a big thunder incoming. Yeah, that was a huge thunder. Holy shit. That's a little bit scary. Would it be dangerous if I keep streaming? When there's like a big thunder going on? I mean, so long as it doesn't cause any short circuit, it should be fine, right? Aha. I tried to get Thorn back to like level 30. Why am I not doing any damage? What? What? What is that? This is so weird.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
I'm suddenly not doing any damage at all. Ooh. That counts. I think you guys can hear the thunder noises. The optometrist got payment for my pair of glasses. Oh wow. I have new frames next week, going with a cute purple pair very similar to current ones. This time I'm gonna with transitions purple tint mesh frame. So all transitions so much. 150 for the transition coating, 140 90 for the frames, 80 for the actual lens. Just gonna make it full so I run out any. I'll let you know if I do. Okay. Hope you had a nice food. I had an okay food today. This morning I had to like rush to different places because I'm gonna attend to my nephew's stuff. He's going through like some martial art thing, so we have to deliver food for him. Primary school times. Eh? Those sounds extremely expensive though. Like EV stuff. Teriyaki chicken rice. It's the classic combo. really good, but I can't make it like restaurants do. Aww. But I still think teriyaki and chicken is like the classic combo. It may not be as good, but it could be pretty good on its own. Fire good. Bonk. Oh.
Another successful mission. Find extraction.
Easy. Dang, some of the stuff is really hard to kill.
Corpus walkers are heading to your location.
Holy, that guy's running. Bornback still at 27? Weapon is so hard to level up, oh my god. But then it's fair enough. If weapons are easy to level up, then we wouldn't have too much, like, gameplay there. I should just extract. I love how cold it is today. The rain, it's so good. Oh, there's a loot room somewhere.
In the event of contact with our partners, remember your vows.
That's not what I'm trying to do. Oh, they died. Oh, fair enough. Terrorist door. Oh my god, one shot. Watch this. Wait, I didn't know I can one shot them like this. Oh, big thunder incoming. Any moment? Yep, there it is. Oh, I was trying to kill that guy.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Ooh. My mic is definitely capturing them. Holy hecky thunder. Crazy how the voice on the intercom was the boss you killed like 30 minutes ago. I know, right? You heard that one? Yeah, it's a big one.
For me for the next 2 minutes.
Oh. Hi, Zeus. No. How's the grind? Going pretty nicely. I'm currently making my Kobo. And Kobo is in the making, so... Yeah. How am I only getting one? I need attack speed. It's insane how slow this is. Oh. Oh. What a difference.
Orders went mad for 3 milliseconds when he realized that each time he cleans something, he makes something else dirty. Ah! There I go again.
Also, hi, banana. So... Oh, what? Nine. This is also 9. This one is plus 30% raw. This one is plus 35% on each kill for 10 seconds. It would not be good for boss fights, but it's good on anything else. I need. There. Big bong. Oh wait, I forgot. How can I forget? Oh yeah. It doesn't really change as much though. That's the best overall attack speed for melees in the game. The Berserker's Fury. I can see why. It's like 35%... Is it 35% per kill? So it's like 70% on 2 kills for 10 seconds. It's absolutely crazy, actually. Amalthea. Gebe. Sabotage. What do we have here? Crossfire survival 14 minutes. Oh, no.
Before was per crit, which was way better, but they nerfed. Oh. Oh. I don't think I'm hitting any crit though. But per crit means against boss, it could be really strong as well. Oh, big thunder. Big thunder. Oh my god, it's so bright. Holy shit. Ah. Whoa. Holy fucking shit. Oh. Oh my god, that's actually so fucking scary. What the fuck? Oh my god. Am I safe? Am I safe? Can I stream? I don't know. Holy fucking shit. Wow, that was like oh. Do you have a circuit protector on the PC cable? I don't know what that is, so most likely not. I don't know. I mean, as much as I want to play Warframe, I think I should probably be careful. Clear power surge. As long as your house isn't flooding, there isn't a tornado, we should be okay. No flood so far. Tornado doesn't happen here in Malaysia. I'm just afraid of power surge, yeah. And since my PC is kind of my livelihood, I am a little bit afraid. Currently, anyway. Gosh, golly. It could just be that come to collect the Everything on the side PC is a surge by the block surges, then it's also got its own break on the power box outside for some reason. Oh. Power box outside, is that safe? Okay, okay, how about this? If there's another one similar thunder like that just now, I'm gonna stop streaming for now because I don't think I have surge protector. I don't think there's any safety precautions has been taken. Yeah, but for now, it looks like there's no thunder, but it's hard to say. I would rather be safe. But so far, I think it's fine. Yeah, it's just... Yeah. Kobo should be fine. Is your PC connected directly to the wall? It's in the middle of the room. It's not touching any wall. And my house is wooden. No extension cable of any kind. Extension cable!
I need you to get inside enemy data vaults and retrieve crucial intelligence
on
data.
the floor? It's connected to something on the floor. Oh, we're trying to extract... Oh, this one is very hard for me. The box outside is like where the meter is. The first point of contact of outside for outside wires. Runs through the box and split out between multiple breakers for lights. Oh.
Tenno, be on the lookout for increased security measures.
Wooden house doesn't get through when a lot of rain. No. We have not wooden roof, so it should be fine. We did fix the roof multiple times, and then we essentially changed the roof to something else of a material, so now there's no more rain seeping down. It used to be a huge problem though. It actually caused a lot of like my room especially because I'm on the second floor, has a lot of like almost dropping ceiling. So we've been thinking about renovating our house, but it's too costly these days, so we're not doing it. I mean, my house is, as far as I know, more than 60 years already. This is my grandpapa's house. It's an old house. And people always say people in East Malaysia lives on top of trees.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Oh, what happened? I don't know what killed me, that was scary. One loot on top that I missed? Oh yeah, last night I was playing Counter-Strike, which is kind of funny. And after playing a lot of Warframe, I was running and gunning Counter-Strike and I couldn't help it. And then at the start of the game, I keep pressing Control Space to do bullet jump, but it doesn't exist. I'm so used to like everything in the Warframe. It's like, oh no. Knowledge from other games seeping through. What a classic. Oh, is it this thing? Hi, I don't know what that is. Frame fighter data. Even me on the control that happens. Wait, control. Oh yeah, you can play Warframe with a controller. That sounds kind of weird, but also very impressive. Thanks for What? What happened? Like I just fucking flew. Oh my god, Coyote. Hello. Oh. That's bad, right? I'm a spy, that shouldn't happen. Hope Coyote doing good. What? Get spin on? Well, besides, there's so many enemies here. I feel it's gonna be hard for me to extract the data when there's so many enemies around here, no?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Doing good. How's the framing of the war going? Pretty well. Heck yeah. I'm making Kobo now. I got the things that I needed to make Kobo. Do they know that I'm here? Are they gonna destroy? Yes, control I mean abilities are based on R1 plus the symbols. Melee is pressing O, bullet jump is L1 plus X. Oh. Oh, abilities is R1 plus symbols? That's not as complicated as I thought. Wow. You better hide, you little shit. I should be using the kunai for spy missions. Mm. I'm waiting for them to talk. It's better because I don't get comfy stretching my finger over keyboard. Yeah. It's like personal preference and stuff. Like, people, to me, it's like a Monster Hunter situation where if you prefer to play Monster Hunter with a controller, then hell yeah. If you prefer to play Monster Hunter with mouse and keyboard, that works too, you know? It's a matter of personal preference with this kind of thing. So long as you are comfy and happy about it, then it's all good. Can I jump up? That was way too close.
Excellent work.
Nice.
A clean extraction with no alarms. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Alarm already? Nice. Sneaky Kobo? Yeah. And Kobo usually not very sneaky, but sometimes Kobo can be quite sneaky. Only sometimes. Oh wow. Oh, thank you. I'm trying to go to B, right? Okay, okay. Nice, one more. One more that I can use other guns. It's a small rumbly thunder. Also Draken? Oh my god, Draken. What are you trying to do? What? I never been that confused. What? Draken would sneak out on the Kobo. Kobo doesn't mind if it like Dragon Kobo sneaking up, it's fine. Or friend in general. Oh. Wow, those guys are stinky. I thought that's the bag. This is what I mean by Kobo is blind. Kobo is close to being blind at this point. Whoa, parkour. Hmm. Nice. Whoa. Do I go here? Oh, even down here. Oh. This is going to sea. Wait, no, I'm not going to sea. Where am I going?
Data extracted. They won't even know it's gone.
Nice. Oh, Kobo, very sneaky. No. Hmm? Oh, the laser stopped. Nice.
We've got robots inbound.
Robots? sometimes my gun hurts like crazy, sometimes my gun doesn't hurt at all. Kobo don't get it. Oh, I've been here. Moa's head is in the middle of the torso. I've been... Oh my god. Okay. So I got lucky. I didn't even know. Head. Oh, with the quotation mark. Then, okay. I didn't even know. I keep shooting the top part. I don't even know what I'm trying to shoot, but I'm not shooting at... Yeah. There's loot down there.
Good girl. Yeah.
I tried. I don't know why I couldn't. I guess that was not your bag, pretty much. I love being a loop goblin. Nice. No loot. Can you not? Okay, alarm store. Hopefully no more enemy. Like that's their head, I think. Oh. Where? I must kill them first. Look above. That's why sometimes shooting at their big area sometimes hurts a lot. That's kind of where their head is, kind of. Am I going to... Oh, this is extraction. Oops. It's okay, we can go here first. Nice. Jupiter complete. Oh my god, I found all of them. Kobo is the best. Oh my god. What?
Corpus walkers are heading to that location.
Guess my speed was too fast. I'm also trying to hit as much loot boxes as possible. Because they all have a chance of dropping Ayatansian stuff. Congrats! Oh, what happened? Did I get something cool without me knowing?
Alarms.
What?
Data destruction is imminent. You need to hurry.
What did I do? Oh my, you absolute bitches, what did I do? No. Okay, wait, don't panic. How do I get there? How do I get there? Jump around. Oh my god. Did they hear the explosion? Is that why? Fuck. No. Maybe explosion ban. It might just be the. It might just be the kunai explosion. No. Oh, you did. Ow, fuck. Everything hurts. Not sure if I still did it. Yeah. It's still something. It's not a clean. Thunder. Thunder, but it's not as big as the last one. This one is okay-ish, I would say. Spice really hard, so give you some credit. Aww. It is. I do feel it's really hard. Where'd you come from? I actually felt quite a bit of spy missions. Like when I first played Warframe about last week. Yeah, last week I felt, when I was trying to do mapping, I felt a lot of spy missions. It's so difficult. Like, stealth may not be Kobo's strong suit. Kobo likes loud explosions, fist everything, kill everything. Yeah, that's more fun than sneaky peeky. Spy missions are hard at first, but once you figure them out, they become easy. That's fair. It's like a trial and error kind of thing.
Another job well executed.
Identified Fury. Piercing hit. Identified? Are they like stronger than normal Fury? Maybe they plus a little bit more of speed? Question mark? I don't know why they say identified.
You have new quests in your codex.
Thorn pack 30. Okay, very nice. Doki. Doki. Doki Doki. Oh. Let me go Warframe Thorn pack made into. If you ever sell it, reacquiring will cost you 100 plus. Ooh. I'm keeping Thorn back then. Don't throw it away. Identify means that's what you got from the vaults. Oh, I didn't get unidentified items. So it's it's nothing special. It's just identified. That's the thing. Oh, okay, okay.
When in Cetus, do not drink the kombucha. You are incapable of producing the hydraulic effort
Dragoon.
required to...
Dragoon is so fun. Heck is also so fun. Dragoon made into? Built the Greenier rocket launcher, the Tsar. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, let's make this one. Tsar is goated. I'm currently googling to see which weapon I want to throw away, but I also want to know which weapon I can make with, like, without throwing them away. So there. Now I don't need to throw weapons away. And then I can have another... This is primary, right? Garakata. Huge magazine, impressive fire rate, preferred weapon for Greenier lances. I'll give it a try. Garakata. I hope it's not like Gorgon. What? You change the accents.
You finally awake.
Yeah. It's a burr gun.
Operator, you have remembered well how the Tenno arm themselves.
In 2.4 seconds. 1.8. It doesn't change as much. 60 magazine. I mean, first things first is always serration, no? Plus 60% multi-shot? 5% chance to enhance crit hits from primary weapons. Why not? Boop. Oh well. This is fine. Warframe. Yeah, I'm making the Kobo stuff now. And then once I have these three, plus the Fate Pearl, and one more day, I can have Kobo. It's gonna take a long time to craft though, but I'll be sure by time.
Yep.
Defense? Infestation? I love infestation, or I love fighting against infestation. Let's do the bear. Are you gonna say it again?
You have. You.
Okay. One day, did they nerf the time for Warframes? Probably, no bleed Zerg. You have, you. It's very important. We need to do the you have. Ooh. Oh, ooh. Ooh. Oh my god. Ignis everything. Isn't that from other game? Isn't Ignis from Tekken 8? No, Final Fantasy 16. You know, you have like Clive. Ignis is the Grenier flamethrower. Oh, I guess it's a fairly common name for fire, or fire-related stuff. Shiny.
Elemental condensers, helium-3 processors. Alep's facility is consuming Jupiter's resources on a massive scale.
Oh my god, what?
You certainly have an eye for strategic targets. Ordis has marked key infrastructure for demolition.
Get in there and kick.
Access the facility.
Kick. True overused word? Kind of. I agree. The recurring Final Fantasy boss is Ifrit. Oh yeah, Clive just shouts Ifrit! Kills everything. Fire! Are you looking at me or are you looking away? Okay, you're looking at me. Watch this. They don't know one hit them 10,000 times with explosion. Kobo is sneaky like that. Uh-oh. Where'd you come from? I didn't do that. This one is way better than the Gorgon. I should drink water. Thank you. Oh. Oh, shiny. What you gotta do about it, huh? Reload does take 11 years though. That's a little bit concerning. There's more above? Oh, no, it's down there. Oh. I didn't know there's like many floorings. It seems it's just Kobe. Oh. Whoa, oh my god, double shiny. The race is still 3 days. Oh, not a good girl. Can I add 2 energy drinks? I mean, if it's needed. If it's needed, it's valid to have energy drinks, I think. Oh. That's bad. Oh, I can kill you! Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. You scared now, you little big baby. Ow. It's fine, they cannot aim for whatever reason. They're a ship. Oh, they regain shields. $163 only? That ship suck. Explosion. Chicken nuggy. Briar he? Hi. I assume that's he, not hi. Thanks for the follow, welcome in. They fly away. Holy shit, that's so good. Doing MG at night, sedates up to 8 hours only after take time in the morning, see if it helps you chronic pain in the afternoon. Oh. And the drinks for like 6 hours apart. I guess energy drink is not good, but then again, like I mentioned, if it's needed then it's valid, you know? I can't believe I'm actually out of bullet, this is crazy. How the heck am I out of bullet? There we go. Alright, I can go again. I like Rakata. Oh my god, man. When they mentioned impressive fire rate, I didn't think it's gonna be this fast. Holy shit! What is my mission again? Oh, sabotage, right. Look at that, all just waiting for me, holy shit. Explosions for everyone.
First target marked. Render them non-functional.
Am I not getting much XP? Oh, I am. Come on. Nice.
Good girl.
What did I do? Get fucked. Holy range of that move? There's loot down there. Oh my god, there's so many shining. Ignis. Oh, what happened? Oh. Didn't I complete Jupiter already? Nice. Robotics? Am I in a different place? Oh, don't do that. Oh, worm is down.
EV3 processors are key to the operation of this facility's reactor cores. It would be a shame if something happened to them. Most efficient, operator. Ortis has located the next bank of machinery.
I want to get more loot. Water White. Hello. Welcome. Isn't Walter White like from a show or some sort? I feel like I heard of the name a lot.
Would you still love me if I was a worm?
Yep. How's Warframe going? Pretty well. I'm on my way crafting my first Kobe. Yeah. I did the fate pearls and everything. Was fun. And now I'm just trying to map out Jupiter. Yeah, Jupiter. Destroy marked equipment. Oh, it's too stinky here. I have to go out. Oh, is this not going out? Oh my god. It's from a show? Ah, no wonder the name is so familiar. It feels like I've heard of it somewhere, but I'm not too sure what. I can open up that door? Oh. There's loot inside now. The worm is still pretty cool. Think I'm playing Counter-Strike? Uh-oh. Ow, 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 ow. I can imagine using camera recoil and using gratata. I feel like that's gonna be very detrimental for your health. No? Wait. Thank you for waiting. Now I kill. Oh god. Owie. Okay, okay. I'm gonna spin to win now, you little shits. Melee is just way better.
Condensers are the heart of Aled's operation. His profit center. Smash it up!
Smash it. I like when all this is like this weird tone change. Maybe it will explain to me in the future like why is all this behaving this way. I mean, it's kind of like being told at the start of the game is like not completely fixed yet, but I don't know. Hi, Pet Gamer. Hey, if it works, it works. Why am I trying to break? Oh! I'm done. That worked.
Now, turn your attention to the reactor core. Locate the console and initiate the overdrive sequence.
It's explained by his lore is kinda hidden? Fair enough. It's been a bit since I played this game. I never played this game before. a lot of people play this game a shit ton. Whereas there's this little baby Kobo right here just started playing this about last week. Wow. What? Defender, guys?
Overdrive sequence in progress. This will take a few moments. Do not allow Alan's personnel to reverse the sequence.
What am I doing? It's okay, no matter what they're doing, they cannot win against the spin to win. Uh-oh.
Did you know the good girl on screen is extra flat today? She's looking good.
Oh my goodness. No, no, no. I just want to spin. Come on. No, 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 no. Heavy attack deals no damage against that guy?
Success! Core melt initiated. In a few brief moments, this facility will cease to exist. May orders suggest running for your life.
Running for your life. It's okay, there's no countdown. I'm fine. Beat them over the head. I know, right? Hi, Summer Stasis. Welcome. I would do the spin to win. They got no chance. Get fucked. I just got my new mod. I got my 70% plus attack speed. Get fucked. Everyone has gun, this is no fun. I mean, I have gun too, but that's besides the point. They have gun, they buy it. Crush your skulls with an iron rod. They stood no chance. They're getting absolutely furbanoked. Exactly what a Kobo should do. Beat the shit out of them. Alright, here we go. Can I have more Ayatan Sian star? I like it when I have a lot of Ayatan Sian star. Holy, one shot? Oh, was that neutral? It's neutral C. Sorry, I'm doing a fighting game turn again. A C is my block, so I remember when the whip meta was strong, you basically slide and whip, slide and whip. I never used the whip before. I don't know which one is a whip weapon. Maybe I need to like look at more of the weapon selection. Oh. How are you doing? There's no countdown, so I think we should be fine. I can get that fixed about here. She neutral on my C tier. You don't know. So this is forward C combo, and then this is like neutral C. But the recovery is too long. It's a really good move though. I should just go to extraction. What the weapon was called, but it was long whip. I've been trying out a lot of like different melee weapons. I don't really care about guns, I think. You know what, actually guns is not bad. Guns is not bad. I just like melee more than anything. Nice. 4 Ayatan Sian star? Crazy. Crazy, oh my goodness.
Well, it's early where Nora is, and as she wipes the sleep from her eyes, she wonders, does the Unum ever leave that tower?
Unum?
Can she leave that tower? Who is she? What is she? Someone in Cetus must have answers.
Cetus?
Come on.
If you love melee, then you're gonna enjoy Valkyria. If you haven't tried her already, I literally have no other Warframe. I just started. I got this what's this name again? Meso Prime? I got Meso Prime from like the drop from a few days ago. Mesa, not Meso. I'm playing Maple Story. God damn it. Mesa Prime from the Twitch drop.
Operator, Ordis has been interfacing with the Foundry's AI precepts. You could say we've forged a new connection.
Big damage. I cannot wait to try out all these weapons. Dual cleaver, fusilai. I don't know what fusilai is, but I'm just crafting them because I can. Ooh, it's getting really cold. Give me a second. Oh gosh. I might go ahead home to the game myself, but I'll be lucky and listening. If you need help with a mission or something, I can help you if you need it. Of course. Thanks, Warframe. Have a fun time in Warframe. I'm usually just gonna like mapping solo, but whenever I want to do like an endless mission or when I feel like it, I'll poke someone. Sinai oh, 10% affinity from melee kill. What? I kinda like it. Galidia? Sabotage Archwing? I'm not a big fan of Archwing mission. It feels so... I mean, it's cool at first, but then after a while it's just... eh. It feels bland. Something's missing from Archwing missions. Maybe I'm just like still too early on. I don't know. Don't worry, no one is. Oh, okay. I'm glad I'm not alone here. Defense though. What do we have? Spy, disruption, spy. Oh, Meso Draco. Oh my god, this dragon in Ceres from Mars to Ceres. Oh, I need to pledge as a syndicate. Why would I want to pledge to a syndicate? What does this mean? I mastered Mercury? Europa. Dojo. Whoa, anime? Whoa, anime? 闲云野鹤. Oh, 云鹤闲野. 云鹤闲野. It's Chinese reading, like traditional Chinese reading went from like it usually goes from top right to bottom right, and then starts again from top left to bottom left. So it's like 云鹤闲野. I was like 闲云野鹤. It's like that doesn't make any sense. Fabulous prize? Oh. Archwing is one of those things that have kind of been sadly neglected by DE. Hoping the update overhauled it at some point in the future. I feel that. I mean, it was cool at first, right? Those missions are like the most fun in the game. I can definitely see that. To get reward? Symbol in the planet means to complete the planet's missions. Oh wow, there are planet missions? Digital extremes. Oh, the devs. Oh yeah. I definitely feel that one. I don't want to pledge to a syndicate. I mean, they dumb. They don't want knowledge. Even though I have no knowledge. Kobo dum. The only good thing that comes from Archwing is Archguns. Archgun is kinda cool. Really fast. No need reload. It fires endlessly. It's something like Halavu, no? Like the gun from the drop a few days ago, or last week, I think. Ganymede. Callisto. No, do defense. I wanna do defense. I wanna do this one.
Now listen here, young lady. You are not a dum-dum. You are smart and very much a good girl. Don't make me come over there.
What if I make you come over here? No, Kobo is not smart. I'm below average. Who doesn't want an infinitely penetrating ghost rifle? May I tag along? You might enjoy it. Nice. Sure. I could invite. I could invite. Please. All right. I forgot. Boom. Look at that. It's space. Yeah. Anyone else wanna do? Anyone?
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been
I
waiting
forgot
for.
that's
That's what it's all about.
Lizard waifu jump scare.
It is a jump scare. Anyone else anyone else want to tag along? If not, me and Space is gonna do it. Okay. See? You want? I wanna add banana. You can type. I know you can, Jane, I believe. Is it the same name here, or do you want to remain anonymous so that I can add you in a different screen? Oh, but it won't be anonymous though, since I'm gonna be adding you to the squad. I forgot. Never mind, I'm dumb. Draco Blade demo recommended by your friend Tira. Of course, play the game. Play the game. It's so good, Jade. Play it. It's so good. I even wrote a positive thing for the game. Anyway. Oh yeah, Bits can fish 5 times in a row. I was like, why are there so many fish going on? It's like, oh, I forgot. You did that because it has dragons? Obviously, but the gameplay is also really good. Or at least personally, I really liked it. Oh. Whoa. How do you know my name? Yeah. I invite banana. Alright. The three of us are gonna do it, right? I don't think there's anyone else wants to do it currently. I think. It appears where you go to the option menu. Oh, right. Ding. Oh, 挺饱是吗？忽然觉得名字很熟。If we're finding it gets infested, we should probably go like fire damage, slashing damage. Oh my god. I'm using bonk though. It's probably not the best for infested. I mean, so long as they die, it should be fine, right? Minimum slash damage. But it's big boy damage. I think I can just initiate the mission first, right? But you guys can take your time. Can I join? It's okay if no, I can do my own thing. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. Add, friend. I'm doing like invite only.
Seems like every last corpus
You could add me.
V's project in the clouds have yet to be heard from. That's what I call a cast iron non-disclosure agreement.
Or I could add you. Either way, it's fine. I'm waiting. I mean, I'm gonna assume all of you can do the mission, so I'm just gonna invite you guys anyway, right? I don't think anyone could be lower than my rank currently, since everyone is like absolute veteran at this point. So, yeah. Just gonna double check my worm. It's not letting me join. I invited you. You should be able to. I'll try again. I want to breed cat. There you are. Okay, I'm gonna initiate the mission now. You guys can just vote on yes whenever you are ready. Gosh, I'm suddenly so hungry. I mean, I don't think I ate a lot. I don't think I ate a lot during lunchtime. Unfortunate bit. Yeah, I'm listening. You need to eat your diabetic? Yeah, but not now though, it's not like... It's not the time to eat proper meal for yet. I guess you guys can go ahead and do the defense first. I'm just gonna be a loot goblin. Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about me. I mean, you guys can defend the thing. I'm sure.
Keep fighting, Tenno.
I'll do my job. As the loot god. Ooh. Is the thing fine? I hope so. I'm not helping. Oh no. Okay, I'm griefing. I'm coming. Oh wow. Why am I farting? What is this? Probably it's extra affinity on melee kill. Oh, there's so many loot boxes on my map. I'm gonna cry. I need to loot. I'm sure you guys will be fine. I'm gonna go loot away. Maybe weapon mastery? Cool. Throwing this or throwing dagger.
Keep fighting. Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
I'm not being mean by doing this, right? I hope not. I cannot help it. I see there's so many loot boxes. I have to get all of them. Because they're like a chance to get Ayatan Xian and stuff. Not the ooh. You're fine? Yeah. Thank you. Oh, am I dealing like damage around me? That's crazy. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. Am I shooting faster? Holy shit. Yeah, but don't worry about that as much for now. Later on you get an orbiter that literally points them out. Oh, okay. Okay, now I can fight.
Continue to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery.
Carry Kobo like burger? Yeah, I like being carried like a burger. No one get past the spin to win. Get bonked, dum-dum. They were hiding. Healed them.
Continue to defend.
Looks like we can go for a long defense. I love the spin to win. Spin to death, dum dum. Spinning needle. Oh, it's a door dagger stance. Nice. Haven't used door daggers in a while. Got him. Oh, there's a lot here. Would I agree if I use an explosion kunai? I don't know if it actually affects you guys. Like if I throw kunai and explodes on you, are you gonna like stagger? It will not affect us? Oh, nice. Okay, thank goodness. Okay, good. We're going round fast. I mean, you guys are heckin' strong.
Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
I'm just here bonking. Do damage shows if you something. If you can inflict radiation into the ally. Oh yeah, I heard about the radiation thing. I'm glad it's only radiation that deals like ally damage and not anything else because I would cry. I'm surprised my bonk is like doing damage. Because my bong has no elemental damage. My bong is doing blunt damage instead of slash damage. But I just have like max level pressure point that it deals a lot of raw damage. I love how they ragdoll. The bonk causes so much ragdolling. We can definitely do a lot more here. I mean, it may not be the best, but I'm surprised how my bonk is doing a lot of damage here. I can kill them quite consistently. Said the infested are made of Doritos. Burrito? They are very soft. That's why I love fighting against infested. Like defense, survival, or anything. They don't have guns. They have to like rush at me. Like they get to be the one that rushes me down instead of me rushing them. Buffing 1k% of everyone's raw damage weapons. Oh, that explains why I'm doing a lot of damage as well. Okay. Because there's no way that my bonk is doing this much damage. That explains a lot. One was hiding. There's always like one that's very hidey. I forgot to do the... Level 30 heavy weapon.
Keep fighting. Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
Ooh, what happened? I think my weapons are max rank already? Yeah, all my weapons are max rank, even my Grakata. Kinda crazy actually. Try too crazy? Hey. What are we in? 24? Dang! Only 80 endo though. So I guess defense doesn't give as much.
You will be rewarded for your bravery.
Defense doesn't give as much as survival does, but it feels like it's a little bit easier to get defense rewards, question mark? If we can go through waves really quickly, then it's a lot easier, I feel like. god. We have one more. That was 400 something K? Hi, sweet. You get bonked. Easy. Got him. I don't mind going for a few more.
Keep fighting. Another opportunity to extract.
It's 4:13. Yeah. Still have time. Looks like we're still breezing through the enemy, so it's fine. Wow, that's a lot of things going on. Not that I can understand, but I don't mind. I'm just spinning. Solar? Hi, Solar Trakam. Solar, I'm on my way making the home. Thank you again for helping last night. Yeah, I'm currently just need to wait until I finish, but I already have everything needed for her. Not the Slam Star. I'm seeing an awful lot of like red. How's the farm? Pretty okay. God of War. War. Actual drops from Saya's vision. I mean, just the Kobo blueprint, I guess? I don't know if the Kobo blueprint is like guaranteed, or I got extremely lucky for my first Saya's vision run that I got it. As an actual blueprint bits from Kobo, get one for the past. Oh yeah, okay, and then yeah. I'm currently making 2 of the like neuroptic systems chases, making all of them, and then I need to wait for 1 day for them to craft the blueprint. You got limbo there and easy frame. I don't know what's with I don't know what frame easy, what frame good, bad. Currently I only have Excalibur. Well, strictly speaking, I only have Excalibur. I'm only getting this Mesa Prime from like the Twitch drop, so I honestly have no idea what other frame does or not. I'm like super duper new to the game. Almost all frames that go is right view and play right. Yeah, I mean, I'm playing Mesa with melee, it works. You cannot say it doesn't work, look at me! There's quite little synergy with melee. Anything is good with melee.
Continue to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery.
Also, hi Noix. Hi Frecken. Playing with far more science fiction on stream? Not right now because I already have enough fate pearls to craft Kobo already. Yeah. Have fun? Hey, thanks. Holy damage. To fly away. Do we have like forever regenerate energy thing? My energy is endless, that's kinda crazy. What? Oh, thank you so much. Is it getting kind of spicy? Not necessarily. Seems fine still. Let's do one more. One more, and then
Keep fighting.
and then we
Another
should extract.
opportunity to extract will appear soon.
I should probably type it in game chat. Last one. Okay. Unless there's like any are there any like it's not like survival where you need to survive for 50 minutes to get some tier 3 rewards, right? Does it exist for defense? It exists? Could it be wave 50? Or maybe more than that? Since survival is like 50 minutes. Holy particles, I cannot see shit. Here we go, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Oh, that's what it means! Oh. So, how do I count? 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3. What are we at? Mama Dragon, hello. Ow. Hey, Mama Dragon. Oh. Oh. Most go A, B, C, not all? Okay. You're gonna kill me, I'm spinning. 36 is next tier 3. Oh, we're at 32. Actually, we stop at wave 36 for 3 steps. See, I know how to use in-game chat. I think. I cannot see enemy. Kobo not Bunai anymore. Yeah, I was about to mention the Bunai and also the Kip makes me feel like it's covering the entire screen. Like I cannot look most of the time. It's like I love the Bunai ears, I love the Kip, but with them on, it feels like I'm being covered. Oh yeah, also Mama Dragon is doing it. Fly. Fly. Which is probably not the case, but it's just how I feel when I have like extra cosmetics on. Let's see, bless you. The less you see, the more powerful you'll become. But still, I wanna see hiding inside structure of air quality being terrible while I stay. No, Mama Dragon. And Kobo would give Mama Dragon so much hug if Kobo can. Holy heck. Holy shit, Warframe is lagging? No way. They did not optimize this enough? Crazy. I'm joking, by the way. Look at the screen, there's 10,000 things going on, of course it's gonna lag. The way they fly away is so funny, holy shit. Don't push the cryo button. I also have no idea if they're touching the cryopod or not, or they are kind of touching it. Nice too. Bye. We got Molten Impact. We good. Thank you.
Very impressive, Tenno. You held them all back. Time to get out of here.
Holy heck, look at the amount of EXP. Crazy. Thank you. There was a lot of things, holy shit. I'm surprised not a lot of end though. Oh, a little bit. Heck yeah, of course, thank you, Space. I wanna see if there's like a Void Fissure to do. Disruption, Spy, Sabotage. Nah. It doesn't have Survival Void Fissure, there's no need to do them.
Come on, sweet thing.
Thank you, Space. Grakata. Anything that I can make with Grakata? Oop. Wait. Grakata. Build the twin Grakata. Ooh, sleepy. Have a good EB, Space. Thank you. Oh, it's twin Grakata.
Everything in orders, operator? Is that a pun? I will attempt to bypass this fault.
It's locked. Grakata doesn't feel like it's too hard to get, question mark? How about Paris? Warframe Paris. Maiden 2? Paris Prime. Do I have Paris Prime? So Paris Prime requires Paris. What does Paris need? Primes don't use base frames? I'm gonna go check something in the back. I don't know if I'll be doing another endless mission. Prime comes from fishes. Ah. So Paris morphic plastids. Ooh. Plastids is hard to get, no? So Google lied to me, question mark? Outside of a select few, primes come from fishes. Are not hard to get? Oh, is it not? I'm not getting a lot though. So I guess I can throw Paris away. I have too many weapons. Alright, get out of here, Paris. Hein? Mid-range rifle, Grenier shock troop. 5-round burst? That's weird. Okay. And then this one we do secondary fusilai. Oh, throwing knife. Oh, we do hecckin. And then this one we do dual cleavers. Ooh. And for dual cleaver, I did the butcher knife. Look at that. Trio foes with brutal blades in each hand. I have to. You may end up needing to farm for it specifically, maybe? Maybe. Feels like it. Fine. Nah, the color is shit. That's better. Cool. MK1 can throw it, right? No, no quest. Ah. Okay. And then this one for dual cleaver. Yo, that actually looks cool. Hell yeah, that looks cool. Oh, wait.
Some fascinating choices, operator.
Oh, is this the energy? No. I guess it's white. Oh yeah, it's white. It's just very not visible. Eh, good enough. Alright, 3 unranked weapons. What do I do? You join? Then I'll find another endless mission to do then. Might be a last one because I'm gonna hit balls after, like, sports thing. Oh, serration. Reload 2 seconds becomes 1.5? I mean, it's good, but not that good. I think it's good. Serration is 9. Vital Sense 8. Point Strike 9. Convert secondary ammo pickups to 8% of ammo pickup. Will I ever run out of bullet? I'm gonna join back. Okay, I'm gonna invite in the... Ooh, what is this? No. Give me a second. Boop. Was doing some power with friends was fun? Heck yeah, good to know. Let me drink water. I'm so glad I put the monitor like higher. It definitely helps a lot. Yeah, I know. Okay. Hiko. Definitely this one. Definitely this one. Magazine capacity? 20 to 25? Not that good. We put one seeker. Oh, this one is 10. Also, welcome back, Jameson. I like freeze. Crossing snakes. Multi-angle strike deadly thrust. Oh, nice. Holy 10. Nine, 9, 7. Oh. Oh wait, I have Vicious Frost, right? 7. Oh, 7, 7. Yeah. Nice. It's perfect. Okay, I'm ready. Let me go find the mission, and then we're gonna do one more. Where do I get plastids? Where did I get plastids? Phobos? Defense? No, I don't want defense. Deimos for more Orokin Cell? What do you guys think? Orokin Cell? It's survival, right? This one? Yeah, survival. Always check the bottom right. Resource drones. Unlock all nodes in the system to deploy a resource extractor. Whoa, what? No extractions available. You joking? So Orokin Cell is here. Phobos? Plastids. Ah. But Phobos doesn't have survival, no? Oh wait, there is. It's Corpus? But it's a very basic survival mission, I feel like. No, you know what? You guys are here. I want Orokin Cell. I'm being selfish here. I want Orokin Cell. Yeah, let's do Terroram. Orok Incel. Oh no. I'm doing Terroram. You guys can start whenever you guys are ready, it's fine. Thanks for helping again. Book me for clan farming too, so you get the Omniforma. The Omniforma? Whoa, look at my cleaver. Green.
Distract the infested while a lone Tenno operative hunts for supplies. Set off the alarms to start.
Is there loot here?
A steady stream of toxic spores is being released into the area. Hold on. Emergency life support is inbound.
No. Holy fucking shit, what happened? Feels like my hitting is slow-mo. Oh, my weapons are leveling up like crazy though. What's that? What is this? Oh. Oh, Hiko is way faster? Okay.
Tenno, prepare for life support.
Okay, Hiko might be the best weapon. Explosions everywhere.
I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
I didn't know Hiko throws so fast, holy shit. I can go loot around for a bit, I think. Wow, I never felt so strong, holy shit. Oh my god. Wait, Hiko is so goated? Holy fucking shit. I shoot at ground and they die.
Life support incoming.
If I have fire rate for Hiko, it's gonna go crazy, I feel like.
Another life support capsule is now available.
Just aim at the ground, it's so good. Is it just me or is there no music all of a sudden? Wonder what's going on. Ooh, I got Orokin Cell. Or
I've delivered another life support capsule.
oh, that's a burst fire? That feels so weird. It's a pretty slow burst fire, no? Oh, but the damage is massive. Holy shit.
The raid is off to a successful start. When you need it, extraction is ready.
I need to go back to where they are. Freaking mastery? Already 10? Holy shit. No dragon key. Survival being empty? That's weird. They're just congregating here for whatever reason.
Bypass utilized. That will speed things up.
Wow. I was trying to find the bypass too, but I just cannot find them. What happened here? Oh, is that why there was no enemies then? I guess there only spawned in one spot, question mark? Because wherever we were very safe.
The longer you fight, the more successful we will be.
Nice, really.
Life support activated. Our operative has just been aided by a security bypass.
That's really tough. I didn't do any damage against these things.
Security bypass initiated.
Mischief Sleeper cover? Whoa.
We will all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can.
I didn't do that. Recovering. Doggy. forgot which one was the place that gives a lot of endo.
Life support has been replenished.
Where's the weak spot? Oh. Hey girl. Hey Chip. Hello Chip friend.
Look what our Tenno operative just found. I could not do this without you.
How are you holding up? I'm pretty okay today, yeah. I did a lot of mapping and now I'm just farming things. I'm almost making my first Warframe. I'm making Kobo.
Has been utilized. The operative is moving faster already.
And cigarette Uncle Charlie will have to learn. It's okay, Chip. And Kobo always appreciate the lurk. Thank you. And also hope Chip have a good luck with work and stuff. Have fun stream. Thank you. Although I'll be doing my last run of the day, but yeah. Did a lot today in Warframe anyway. Hop hop, you know how to deal with heat? How one deal with heat? You don't. I mean, honestly, whenever I assume it's like too hot, right? Not heat, not like horny heat. So when I'm getting too hot, I usually just don't do anything. Or have a fan around, like a hand fan. That helps a lot. Or just have like a handkerchief to wipe away sweat all the time. Swampy kind of hot, yeah. So like it's gonna be like sticky, it's gonna be like humid, it's gonna be hot. So usually how I deal with that is I just kind of bring my own handkerchief and then wipe it constantly. Wipe my face especially. Because usually when I'm sweating too much, it's just like my eyes hurt. Because when the sweat drops into my eyes, it's like the most annoying part. Other than that, I'm not too sure. Just wear less clothing. Because over here is like it's so hot that usually if I can, I'll just stay half naked, like upper body, not wearing any clothes. Just wear pants. Or do you half naked? Yeah, I mean that's part of the things that you can do. It's really hard to deal with heat, especially when it's like wet heat. Most of the time I'll just like give up and not think about it too much. Or the most surefire way is air conditioning. If you have. Unique? Grenades have 77 stick to surfaces. Ooh, what? That's my first unique mod? Ornate? Hi, Fox Macro. What are you doing on today? I was mapping and now I'm trying to like farm a little things. I made Kome and yeah. Mapping. Now I'm just doing my last endless mission of the day and I'm gonna go do the sports thing. We do, but because I'm setup, it's too hot to do the setup. Oh no. A setup? Like the unit is not being installed yet? Okay. If you take one of the window panels out to round it outside, oh no. But the window panel is too hot to the touch? Oh no. That is super unfortunate. Even I don't know what to do. Ooh, many looting, holy shit. so hard to kill. This feels like the chillest survival ever. Nice, more Orokin sail. You guys up to 50 minutes for the tier 3 thing, or...?
We will all share in this bounty.
Actually, is it possible to go up to 50 minutes? That seems like a long time. It's only half an hour. It's possible. Well, if you guys don't mind, we'll route C's every 20 minutes for survival. AABC 5-minute interval. 1、2、3、4、5、4、5、50、45、50、20。Ah, so wait, so it's 60 minutes, not 50 minutes. Oh, so an hour. So 20 minutes for one tier 3. Because AABC. What the fuck? It's so hard to math. Suddenly can have 2 times speed on the timer. Oh yeah. The bypass. I just cannot find any. Uh-oh, I couldn't kill any of them. My possession rock. Wait, no, window is so expensive. No rock. I love rocks, but no rock for the window. Rank 30, any 5 rifle? Yeah, my weapons are all 30 now. Holy hecky. Healing return. Per status type affecting the target. Oh my god! Media 10 replaces. No window important. Oh, Alan, hi. And vampire. Oh, hey, it's a Turbo Wildcard Vampire Survival. Vampire Crawlers. How was game? Hi, Alan. I'm jumping around trying not to die. Signor also. Hi. I see my eye a fellow Tenno. Yeah, this Tenno is very early in the game still. I just started playing about last week. Hello, thanks for everything. I'm jumping around trying not to die here. Welcome in everyone from our ends, right? I'm Tira. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. I think this place is kinda safe. 2 weeks ago. What do you mean 2 weeks ago with a vomit? Hiya. I cried. Nice and baby Tenno. Hope you enjoyed this game so far. So far, yeah, it's been very enjoyable. You get the mess up. Yeah,
They could not do this without you.
I got the mess up prime for the Twitch drop, and I can look at cake. But don't worry about that. I almost died. Huh? But yeah, if you need any post-stream cake, definitely go do them. Very important. I'm not doing any damage, by the way. I'm just throwing my shuriken for funsies. Ooh, arcing cuts with spinning finish. Oh, heavy blade. Oh my god, I'm playing that next time. Holy shit. Okay. The cake is part of the integral design of the Warframe. I know. Beyblade stands for the Great Sword. Good. I need that. Ooh. Lucky. Oh my god, this is so spicy. Why am I here? I feel I'm gonna get one shot at this point. Holy shit. FYP progress. I have to ask so I don't spoil anything. My latest main story quest was getting the Archwing, and I've been trying to map. So map wise, my latest map is at Jupiter. Yeah, I haven't done Stolen Dreams yet. Did I not get that crystal? Oh wait, no, there it is. Oh, it's another one. Still very early on. Oh! I played for almost 2 weeks though, holy shit. What killed them? No one is here though. I think as I say, the teacher quest does teach player pretty well on mods. Yeah, it does. And I love explosion. Oh my god, they killed me. I shouldn't be here.
Life support activated.
Nice. Ow. That's how you aim, right? I look at my own head to aim. Oh my god, I don't explode myself. I use Excalibur as my starting Warframe because I like melee. I'm only using this one because Mesa Prime pretty.
The longer you fight, the more successful we will be.
60 minutes for another tier 3. You guys up for 60 minutes? I kinda want to do it. I shouldn't be here. It's possible. I just have to not die. Oh, uh-oh. There was a huge explosion. I couldn't get up. Oh, I hope Bad Gamer and Banana doesn't mind us doing 60 minutes. Ribbon silver. Oh my god. Alright, we good. Can I cure one? I don't think I did that damage. Oh my god, ow. Nice. Level 80? Holy shit. But Oh wait, I just realized. How do we even get up to level 80? Or like since we maxed out at 30, right? What do we do? We don't? Yeah. Then how do you guys up your damage this high up? They're level 80. It's crazy. Enemy level is relative to their stats. So we don't stat. We don't level. We stat. I assume. But our level don't scale our damage linearly. I can AFK heal in any case. Oh, okay. Doki. The thing, how you get more powerful is through proper modding. Enemies on the other hand, they just like buff their like stats, no? Oh, that looks scary. Oh my god, that looks so scary. What do I do? I'm gonna die. Huh? Holy fucking shit. Adhesive blast. Ooh, I got this one just now. What the fuck? I cannot touch them. Oh my god. Okay, it's getting a little bit spicy now. We are at 45 minutes. Just 15 more minutes. I got this. You know what? I got this. I'm gonna stay here. And I'm gonna be the safest as I'll ever be. See? Everything is safe. Is Bad Gamer AFK? Bad Gamer feels like he's AFK. First I find them some enemies, I am weak. It's okay, me too. Not AFK but typing. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. Oh my god, I'm dying. I'm not. I'm the best. I'm running away. I'm the best at running away. You can extract yourself if you can. If you yourself leave, the rest will remain. Oh really? Oh, I actually didn't know that. Wow. Wee. I believe in Narix and banana. I just need to hide and not die. Bullet jump everywhere. Get loot. Oh my god, look at the sweet, sweet loot. How can I leave? Let's not go too far now. I got a shit ton of loot. People are generally willing to help on new players. Oh yeah, that I definitely feel. Sometimes a little bit too eager, I would say, sometimes. I'm still very surprised by the amount of times where people are willing to just gift things that cost like platinum, right? Real money. I'm still surprised by that. Whoa, 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 holy shit. I'm running away. I'm only here for the loot. Don't mind me. I may be weak, but I'm slippery. Was it that earn through 100 players since you can earn playing that way? That I heard, yeah. Oh my god! Holy fucking shit! I don't want to die. I'm just surprised. Like the amount of things that people are willing to gift is insane. there are a few things that makes me uncomfortable though. People are willing to give me like the strongest thing ever when I first started the game. That one I don't like, right? That one I personally don't like. Like I'm a baby. I want to have the baby experience.
Look what our Tenno operative just found.
Nice, just 10 more minutes. Look at me, I'm dealing 250 damage per explosion. Oh my god. Getting an occasional huge explosion. So that's from Banana. Okay, okay. Narix is using a shotgun that just sort of kills everything. Yeah, why since there are mods that only play with rare trade that appears twice a week? Yeah, I get that. I'm like, I want to have the proper baby experience. I just started. I don't want to immediately become like endgame strong. Well, endgame strong might be a little bit of a stretch, but you know what I mean, right? I don't want to get too strong at the start. It feels like I'm not gonna have the game afford like a normal game experience anymore if that's the case. Let creme let creme GG. Imagine your character have leg cramp because you bullet jump too much. You okay, Alex? I couldn't really help with your leg cramp. Oh, okay, okay, it's subsiding. Okay, okay, okay. And so the problem must explain the even trade minimum 1 million credit fee. Holy fucking shit. Watch this. It's high noon, it does nothing. Doki. The high noon does nothing, it's a low noon at this point. It's mid-afternoon. Damn, mid is high praise at this point. I'm barely dealing any damage even with my 4. Oh my god. It's time to run away. There should be some loot down here as well, maybe? Yeah, some. I'm gonna be like loaded. How did you know I'm using shoddy? Your gun noise is loud as hell. That has to be a shoddy. I can hear your gun noise from 10 kilometers away. Yeah, I mean, it was very loud. Brutal Tide, Roundhouse Attack, Leaping Fist. Oh, it's sparring. I have this one. 4 pretty strong. Just necessarily a bit more investment. Late game she can melt enemies pretty decently. Very pretty decently. Level 104. I'm the master at running away. Haha. They cannot kill me, I'm too fast for their own good. Oh my god, what touched me? Nice, 5 more minutes. Alright, 60 minutes we're gonna extract. Reminder in chat they are not fine to mainstream, they should be careful about spoilers. Is anyone spoiling anything? I hope not. Someone is not being careful about spoilers. Uh-oh. Oh, you mean like the in game, like someone is, but then they have to go all out though because we need to survive until 1 hour, right? Where's Alex? Yeah, look, it's a shotgun. Look at that. It's a mega shotgun. All the people in squad is risking spoiling something very big. Ooh. Acid shell sight. Guess I'll look away for now. I mean, I'm partially blind. I'll just run around. Get loot and stuff. Oh my goodness. Get the remind channel. Okay. Reminder to not spoil how do I type anything major? Cardboard thing. I'm not too sure what they're trying to spoil, but I'll still be careful. Banana. I look so sassy with the Hiko kunai stance. I remember this place used to be locked behind something rather annoying. Ooh. Mapping? Mapping is mildly annoying in my opinion. Mildly. Where am I? Oh my god, wait, this is not where I used to be. Give me loot, thank you. I'm rolling and dodging and getting credits. I might have 1 million credits at this point. Is that not a shotgun noise? That is so loud. Wait, but my gun is loud. This guy is loud, but it's not a shotgun. Oh, you can jump away. Also, where's Narix? I see Narix. Oh, Warcell. Warcell. How do you even see the Warcell? Holy shit. You picked it up? Holy shit, I wouldn't even know. Get ready to extract. Any place you want to get loot? Now is the time. We should run after 60 minutes.
Look what our Tenno operative just found. They could not do this without him.
Getting last loot. Okay, I'm going extract now. Alright, everyone for themselves. Well, maybe not. You know, me saying that. Oh, how do you extract? How do I extract? Oh my god, how do I extract? Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, okay. It's on here. Holy moly! Holy hecky! Kobo doesn't want to die. Oh my god! Oh. I should try to help as much as I can. Whoa. Yeah. I did say 60-minute in game chat, right?
Excellent work, Tenno.
Holy fucking shit. Oh my god, what the hell? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 10 relics, 2k and what the fuck? What the fuck? Holy fucking shit. Oh my god. Look at stat. How do I look at stat?
Well, it's early where Nora is, and as she wipes the sleep from her eyes, she wonders,
But that's profile.
Ever leave that tower? Can she leave that tower? Who is she? What
Bottom right?
is she?
Oh, stat.
Someone in Cetus must have answers.
Damage dealt 88%. Damage taken. Oh, I was just running away. Total kills. I killed 200. Oh my god, I'm the best. We don't look at 8300. That doesn't count. I got 41 headshot kill? How? Upgrades received. Oh, I'm slacking. Accuracy 31%. I mean, I'm just hitting air. Pickup count. I'm greedy. I'm greedy. Life support modules found. That's my MVP thing. Oh my god. We got 7 Orokin cell. Holy shit.
You may derive sustenance from mineral-dense termite droppings, which the Ostrons call Ito Da. You may also never form a consonant again, but at least you will not be dead.
Wow. Okay, we have dual cleavers. Let me go Google. Warframe dual cleavers made into? Dual cleaver build Reapcast. Reapcast. Ooh, what is this? What the fuck? Oh, you need Ankylo Tellurium? Huh. Oh, Tellurium is Archwing missions, right? Ew, fuck. Can I skip this one? More or less. Yeah. I hate it. More more or less. Wait, Magistar can make something, right? They're that more or less. Magistar. Seabear hammer. Ooh. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? How do you get 30k cryotic? What the hell? One excavator gives 100 on successful excavation. 300? Magistar is easy to make, I think. How much weapon slots I have? I guess I can keep some. Tibedo, wait, what's Tibedo made into again? I think it's something still locked behind the thing. Lesion. CBA only second was grind. There's a was grind. Lesion. Oh yeah, it's locked. It's a big number for an early player to see. Yeah. Like, I don't care about like future hard grind. I only care about what's happening now. Like, holy shit, then 30k cryotic? Ooh, what can Hein make? Warframe Hein. Kuva Hein. No Kuva Hein, so it's not being used to make anything. So I can throw Hein away. Grakata has twin Grakata as... Yeah, okay. So... Ooh, I should do that. I I guess I'm keeping dual cleavers. What? Oh yeah, chat. I'm not playing anymore. Thank you for help. No. Adus? Oh wait, no. Heavy blade. Massive charge power and the ability to hit out 5 foes in a single swing. Heavy artillery melee weapon. I mean, this looks like a heavy blade, no? I want the spin, even though Bonk is already spin, but... New weapon. Yeah. Galadin. So cool. Cleaving whirlwind. I can spend Endo without abandon. Oh my god. Focus energy. Heavy attack efficiency plus electricity. Ooh, it's also 6. So it's better than shocking touch because shocking touch is just that. 1 health per status type affecting the target. Titania Thunder in what? What is heck made into? Heck. Not used as a crafting ingredient? Huh. But heck is kind of fun though. I have Hanvu. I'll throw away heck. It's not being used by any ingredient and any like gun. Heck. Okay, let's take another primary weapon that's being made here. Karak? Henta? Control Noju, Europa, Neptune, and the Void. I'm making Tsar. Karak. Karak. Hiko is really fun. What is Hiko? I'll read the Steam chat after. Hiko. Automated Panthera. Panthera? Oh, look at it. Hiko is used to make this? Meter? Meter? What? It's only platinum? Blueprints for the weapon is component acquired by defeating Lekriel and Captain Vor on Ceres. Lekriel. Oh, it's a boss. Oh. I miss old Hex. I don't even know the new one is nicer. Oh, the shotgun? Not the Heck. Not the Counselor Heck, right? I love Counselor Heck. Oh, you still have a Yo Heck? Heck is great. But because of very limited weapon slot, I have to like do this. Why are these fools still breathing my air. I cannot. But gosh, I love heck. Both the shotgun and counselor heck. I kind of want to keep Hiko for funsies.
Ready for action.
Oh wait, no. I can have Fusila? Fusilai. Fusila is also throwing knife. Vayhek's voice actor must have so much fun. I know, right? Unlike Saya. Saya is mid. Fire rate. It's so much slower. And 6 magazine? What? Fusilai sucks ass. What is this? Oh, it's transparent. Oh my god. Hiko is low base damage, high pew pew. Crit. Oh, what the fuck? Crit chance 23%? No impact though. 26. Base 77. Oh. Alternative to the kunai. Oh. Compare the difference in raw damage between the two. But I like explosion. Explosion does raw 250, no? Fusina is also actually getting into mid-game weapon stats, if I remember correctly. So Fusina is strong, but the fire rate is like... Fine, I'm not gonna complain too much. Conceal, explosive. Boom. Don't miss? I can't! What do you mean? Missing is what Kobo does. What do you mean? Alright, now for the most important part. Boom. Changing this to the blue.
A fearsome appearance, operator.
Thanks,
you will
orders.
strike terror in your enemies.
I know. Golden knife? Oh my god, actually golden knife. Oh my god, that's a kick-ass knife. Okay. Oh, that looks good. Oh, that looks good. Okay, okay. Kunai fire rate isn't supposed to be very good. Hiko is unique in that aspect. It traced everything for it. So Hiko plus explosion is like the best thing ever, no? What is Karak? Standard issue rifle mini Grineer platoon. I've been using only Grineer weapons. 18. Duration. Ooh. Four. Kara H is M16 in the disguise. Legally distinct M16. Once you go past about level 30 or so, CE won't be doing much. CE? 4. What could 4? What could 4 do? Oh, concealed explosives. Oh, but I like explosion. Hi, Zuri. Hi, Weird. Speed trigger. How? Just reach home from KL, so tired. Oh my god, must be a long drive, no? Oh, get some rest. It's very important. I want to do this. You cannot be tested while in the mission while mission squad is active. Exit the squad and try again. I am leaving squad. Thank you for helping. Oh my god. Elemental mods adds a lot of damage. That much I kind of figured out about like a few days ago, I think. Because adding the puncture or whatever mod slash doesn't do much.
Now we will test your agility. Shoot the targets to create your path.
What do you mean? Whoa! I exploded myself. Oh! Chat, I suck. Does it fall off? Haha, easy, no fear. I'm gonna go for a wicket, get some reboot, I'll be back in a bit. Oh, I'm not playing anymore.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
GG easy, no fear. Whee! And Slash was pretty strong then. Ooh. Don't forget the angle it slows your fall. Oh right, I forgot about that.
Ordis has received messages for the operator. No, I have not read them.
Silver Disciple.
Always a pleasure.
Deploy a glyph while on the mission. They may with elemental damage now, which is great. How do you even deploy a glyph while on the mission?
Let's get back to it.
Isn't glyph like a profile picture? Which I kinda want to change. Change Honoria. No, but I want to change my glyph. Glyph. Caliban Ophio action glyph? Yee. Excalibur Pendret, shut the fuck up, you're not dragon.
To take time for themselves. Pressure creates diamonds, yes, but it also creates rubble.
I should search for owned. Year 13 anniversary glyph? Kitty? Kalimos Con? Oh yeah, I have the pride glyph. Pride glyph. Pride. I mean, they look fine. This one is pretty cool actually. But kitty in the corn. Nah, I want this one. Yeah, new glyph. Weakens a red by virus slash clem? Clem? Official Warframe stream be like? Clem? Some of these glyphs are actually quite big spoilers. It's okay, I don't even understand what they are. Look at that, so much relic to crack. Very, very nice. Maybe next time we play this, which might be tomorrow, then we can find some void wishes to do together. Yeah, hopefully we get like a survival void fisher. That's gonna be fun. Or maybe even a meso void fisher or meso fisher. In your gear, glyph can be displayed in the mission via a glyph prism. Gear? Is it? It's here, right? I remember seeing that. Yeah. Oh, glyph prism. Oh. Oh, I already had it. Oh, I already had it. Okay. Just go a quick mission and use that? There'll be the daily done? I'll do that maybe tonight. I need to go for hitting balls tonight.
Excellent armaments, operator. Please return covered in blood.
Covered in blood? Okay, that's it for today. Oh, for now anyway. Okay. Oh my god. I'm actually so mega happy that I put my monitor a lot higher now. So I'm basically looking up. Yeah, basically looking up a little bit while looking at the monitor, which is nice. Oh yeah, I was listening to Sonic music. Sonic and Knuckles. Sonic and Knuckles. I really love the Angel Island music. This one. Yeah. And go eat. Kobo better not drink energy drinks. No, I cannot drink energy drinks. It's too sweet and will mess up my blood sugar levels. I'm not gonna go eat though. I'm gonna go do a sports thing after, in about 1.5 hours from now. So I have to go eat some light dinner and then gonna go prepare to hit balls. Nostalgia? I know, it's so good. I rated Johnny. I think. Who did I rate? No, it's Thursday. I didn't read. I didn't rate. I forgot who I rated on Monday. I don't remember. Let's rate. Let's rate. Lucy. Lucy's playing Slay the Spire 2. I want to play Slay the Spire 2. I got a dinner. Oh yeah, you're from around the same area, right? Yeah, it's almost dinner time as well. I vaguely remember you telling me that you're somewhere around Southeast Asia as well, question mark? I don't remember who I rated. I'm gonna rate Lucy anyway. Oh. Oh yeah, I forgot to plug. Actually, I'm just gonna speed plug real quick. I have coffee. Coffee helps. Coffee good. Coffee nice. Yeah. If you want to help more than subscribing to my channel, actually, speaking of coffee, I don't think there's ads playing on my channel, so you don't need to subscribe to my channel anymore. But I think doing the coffee also has like a monthly subscription thing now, which is going to help a lot more than subbing to my channel. So I actually highly recommend using coffee instead of subbing to Twitch now. So yeah. Only if you can though, right? Of course, that's important. And also let Bernie talk about it for a little bit as well. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Wow. Thank you, Bernie. And I also have a Discord channel. I announce my stream stuff over there. I also have Dragon Simping Corner because I love dragons a lot. Don't worry about it. And yeah, anything stream related will be there. Let's say sometimes maybe I don't feel good and then I cannot stream, or something happened that made me not able to stream, or secret stream. You never know, right? Will be all announced in Discord. I don't really have anywhere else that I want to announce it. Like stream things wise. So yeah, it's only in Discord for now. I don't know, maybe in the future I'll have another place for me to announce things, but I don't know about that for now. But yeah, that's the plug. And then here's the Reato message. Even though I'm raiding to a kobold, I also want a piece from a kobold because I'm greedy. I'm a kobold, I'm supposed to be greedy. Let me type in the right to Lucy. Okay, there we go. Alright, I typed in the rate. I'm ready to rate. Before the raid though, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that Ikasal hecckin loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid to Lucy. Hey, yeah. Gonna raid to another fellow kobold. I love kobolds. Kobolds are great. Kobolds are nice. No bias at all. Don't worry about it. Definitely no bias. It's just kobolds. Yeah. I think kobolds are neat. I think I mentioned this before, but I'm actually glad that I went from like a forest cryptid thingy and then to a dragon, to a snake, and ultimately to a kobold, and have been sticking with kobold. I don't know, like the way I behave, I kind of like being a kobold. It's just kind of how I feel, I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna press the raid up button. So take care everyone. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Probably, most likely, definitely, I don't know. Gonna play more Warframe tomorrow, so yeah. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care everyone. Kobo loves y'all. Mwah. Take care. Bye bye. See you guys tomorrow. Take care. Love y'all. I'm gonna wait for the fish. I shouldn't have waited for the fish. Alright, bye bye. Take care. Mwah.